Welcome everyone for more new code, different code we need every day. Writing a Wayland application. Normally you wouldn't use GTK and Qt, but if you think these things are too bloated, you do it yourself. Here's of course the official Wayland protocol documentation. So what is X11 was way more complex, but maybe we better don't get in all those details. So we have, I said this before, we have our own UI because have you seen GTK and Qt? The UI, so for just here, for example, we should have here full featured application. Let's test here my own stuff on X. This would, where's freestanding, whatever. So we have here full applications, which this is X. Yeah, so this windows don't work for some reason because maybe we don't set some class whatnot. Including, I mean, theoretically I had this here, so including a full PDF viewer, which currently doesn't display JPEG because I have here libJPEG Turbo, but that's not the point. Basically, let's port our own stuff that supports AppKit, Windows, Win32 native, iOS, iPhone, iPad OS, and things, and of course X11. Let's finally, the year of desktop Linux, let's port our own things to Wayland. How complex can it be, right? Let's do something useful for the company and your streaming pleasure. Things. Okay, so thankfully here, so there of course somewhere. There of course hello world things. I had test loaded something earlier. Hello world land. Just dropped some coffee over me. Thanks God that didn't happen live. So much to sitting in peace reading. We can just like I hit the coffee to the microphone. Like thanks God this didn't happen in 10 years. Happen when you have a microphone in your face. Other people have hello world things. But I don't want to inherit their MIT license, so we better copy the official extended example code. That fits relatively well our UI design. Maybe I will even fair code open source it. Currently it's closed source. Maybe we will fair code that or whatnot, because it's just too good to give away totally for free for businesses. So our Windows ports of applications uses because our Mac version is older, our Mac version doesn't use it. Okay, this is let me just switch here to that here, right? And probably we should make it better next. Also, like how loud is that today? I think it's just moved the microphone because I hit my coffee to it. So if that is not loud enough, let me know. So, given we made our lives, we wanted performance in modern application like client, we do client-side rendering, so that fits relatively well. That means we don't use X primitives and stuff. Of course, I know I fixed it. I ordered from them some things already, like some battery here, some display there, and once I have even these pliers or whatnot because like. Shipping was €7, and if I ordered €5 more, I got free shipping. So I basically had whatever, €13. Yeah. Instead of paying for shipping, let's have more tools. Why do you ask? Yeah, I mean, their stuff is nice, but of course the kits. I mean, mostly I order there if family breaks a Retina screen or whatnot. Of course, you can get other Chinese screens somewhere else, but yeah. Thanks for the off-topic question. So, given we have here, so that's our code. You can't browse it because, like, so basically, I show you some secrets as per usual. And so where were our renderers? So what we need for this? So basically, so they have here an example that fits quite our needs. This is the most minimal example. We need some more stuff. So basically, how to write a Wayland client of copying their code. This code here just does some client state, like registering, some shared memory handle, which they do a little bit now. Not a fan of random name clock get, like this is a little bit nah. but maybe I use it for now. Like You had me at random names, but anyway, to be improved later for best practices whatsoever. So just allocated some shared memory buffer and draw here into this. What precisely do they do here? So we also have some draw frames, so they just basically allocate shared memory. Why does it? Can we, by the way, can we draw multiple times into that? So why do they? Okay, they only draw this once, right? But I hope we can keep this buffer. So this example, we still need to read some manual. So basically, it's not that much. Connect to the Wayland server, similar to Xbox server. Use those protocol things. There is some protocol generation helper things to generate code or API header definitions from XML or whatnot. And I only hope, what do they here? Surface, commit, top level, set title, example, client. So we have some complications here because we have a real world application, but let's see how far we can get. Also, we need mouse and keyboard. This example doesn't have mouse and keyboard, so we YOLO that in later. I have here only, like, maybe I commit here some random thing. I had to touch that here. This is somehow for decades, but so far, okay, I touched it, didn't touch it in 5 years or so. The main things, like, I was just like, previously with glibc it was an address, like, just to I probably don't have configure and I probably have some random changes here for not the most for some reason. Okay, let's hope this. So what we need to do, of course, we need to test for this stuff, right? So basically we have here probably somewhere x11, so copy x11 to Wayland. So this will look different in CMake and whatnot with Wayland. Wayland. Wait, what? I had this here already? Wait, don't. I mean, I started this, or that's a surprise. I mean, yeah, did I? Oh, I started this some years ago, but that's obviously. I did this already. In which year did I do this? Oh, cool, I did this 2 years ago. Amazing, forgot even already. Yay, okay, so this infrastructure stuff, someone, aka me, has that done, like basically, okay, that's basically nothing. Amazing. Good, let's update. Probably I wanted to do this 2 years ago, but then customer was happy with X11 anyway, so. Okay, so this is our factory, so this is our render factory. We have this multiplier, right, like you would do, like C++ stuff, like, hey, I can of course we will continue the compiler. I thought you were writing, we do different things, but sometimes I also need to, like, customers finally want Wayland support. You promised us Wayland support 2 years ago. Yes, I hear you. If we do each day compiler, that would be too different. Also, like, for 4 years we live streamed T2 Linux, but now T2 Linux is great again, so we can focus on the next things. We will continue to compiler probably tomorrow, because we need compiler ASAP. Okay, so that is what I just wanted to do, wire this up in this directory. Thankfully I've done this years ago. This, as you see, doesn't do much, so we still need to add all the code in there. Then, which editor do we use today? Let's try Emacs. And let's try how well Emacs does with tree setter. I never tried this, so let's hope this doesn't suck too much. Do you want this slightly larger for readability, or usually people are thankful that my stuff is large? Hello? Set default font menu undefined. Maybe I should even write an editor. No, it works. Why did I not had? I thought I had comic. You know what? Maybe because We deleted this file. Maybe it didn't save. Look at that. That even worked. Amazing. So then you have this in color. And programming by colors. So render. Here's our XF. Let me just check. Obviously, I did do this in 2006 or so. But yeah, even the X11 code is surprisingly little, right? So what do we have here? Create clipboard stuff. All this code you should actually not see. That is top secret. So better share, like, and subscribe so that we don't need to kill you. So most minimal X11 code that mostly works. Famous last words. What do we have here? We clearly, do we even build with that? Let me, okay, apparently I wired something up into the configure. What did I wire up there? Wayland client and scanner. Oh, okay. Package check client scanner things, same as with option things. Okay, maybe some to do. Okay, with Wayland, that's already said. With Wayland, that is set dash L, can you believe? Wayland client. We also need XKB common for keyboard handling, but that will be in a second. I just need to, obviously I've done this 15 years ago, and I usually don't, like, our Lua fork is so amazing, I usually don't look into this C++. So what or we take a look actually in the base class. What's this? I think render, no? Where's your base class? Or like a common render age. What would be the API? I forgot. Okay, events, renders, new window, schedule delete row with things. Okay, we need the new renderer thing. New window, because obviously we need, so that something is, which one was the top level singleton thing for, how did this work? I have the suspicion it would have been easier to just copy everything out of the it was always the right render X11 H. What do we have there? And do we have that all in? Okay, we have that all in here. So all right, I think we initted over this init function to initialize this renderer factory from out of the Lua code. Okay, I guess I copied this fully. So renderx alive does nothing. What things do we have here? Mapping windows, XIM stuff, which may or may not yet fully work. Parent things. Okay, this new window thing. Okay, where do we connect? Connect renderer run in. Okay, we need run, and where is init? Render init on startup main programs. I think I had to add this for whatever, not the greatest fan. I think I had to add this for XKB Unicode to work or something of that sort. Okay, we have init. Okay, there in this init we need to connect, I guess. What was the init function? Do we call that back from? Not really sure what to do with this. Okay, just let's try what happens if we run some example that doesn't do much with Wayland. Wayland not available. That's of course a good start. With Wayland makefile, Wayland, binary Wayland. Things actually we need like Wayland libs and stuff. Wayland, copy and paste not working on this stupid VI. Wayland inks and Wayland libs. Okay, I did libs just this one. Distro hopping not recommended. Why that says not Wayland? Maybe it is build. Yeah, maybe I wait. There's still some. I think I fixed this on some other system already, but didn't commit. Yeah, I mean, this is so silly, right? First, I mean, sure, register deprecated since 20 years, but if you like, you really should register. Like, why is this such a warning thing of? Sure, can delete it. Hope the compiler does it. I mean, hopefully, but no. Maybe this. Obviously, I didn't touch this since I added the last iOS render 10 years ago. How was it with maybe? Or did I canvas? Maybe this needs. This probably needs here Wayland. That is why this doesn't. Okay, that needs X11. Hey, we even have frame buffer for embedded applications. Forgot about this. Yes, we shipped some things. So this is a simple make rule. This is basically some stupid simple make files because, like, have you seen also? I use this for 20 years and it's so amazing that some universities, like I know some German universities use that for their projects for 20 years because it's like, hey, finally someone who does clean make files. It's like not rocket science. Like basically, I copy and pasted the best make file infrastructure together before there was CMake and. Also, probably there was CMake 20 years ago. There was CMake, and then it's like I better do it myself. It's by the way open source, and I use it in some other like exact image and stuff. It's the same build stuff, so that's open source. Oh, by the way, I patched the Linux kernel. I'm running the latest Linux kernel. Just released some hours ago or so, I think. I finally patched it for AMD GPU. Let's see if like I did 2 different patches for making AMD GPU not crash. So like, let's see, let's live stream for hours today. Will AMD GPU still like also like bugs known for 6 years and still not upstream? Yay. Okay, so maybe now we have a Wayland renderer that does nothing. So let's see if now if you run that. Okay, yeah, probably. So that's wait. Maybe that is normal because first our. Oh, maybe it's not normal. What? There were errors loading. Why what did this not work a second ago? Or is now... Ah, this is normal. Maybe now the Wayland renderer randomly takes precedence and does nothing. That is a possibility. Okay, then let's implement it. Did we add some priority? I think I did here something. This this renderer factory, because I have X11 and shared memory and stuff. Microworkers makes no sense. Last time I only had my compile an XMake project. Recompile Python. Wonderful. Yeah, keep it stupid simple. Like there is no reason to use complicated shit. I thought I had here a priority. Let me check. Like, because we have here multiple, I have here like renderer video. I have here like basically classic shared memory and video. And probably I did something that, did I had some kind of priority thing or so? Because now we basically have two renderers that would work. Okay, we could also ignore that later, or we check in. Let me check common renderer. I don't know what precisely I had done there. I'll probably research that later. Where is this renderer factory thing? Somewhere else? Here's the factory. Map string things. Or maybe it simply has some non-default. Okay, then probably I need to extend this with some priorities. So not the most important for now. Renderer Wayland. So init, probably we call init startup set, whether it's did or not. Okay, so there goes that stuff. Maybe it's probably class. Okay, so init. Oh, didn't hit that. Let's copy that and run. And call that Wayland. So, okay, basically, I guess, do we have here renderer Wayland header? Does this stuff here all add up? Probably some. Unless, or maybe, okay, maybe try this out. Like maybe the top level thing. We need this to schedule termination for things to finish and stuff, like on exit things. So that needs to be all like basically return. What do we have here? Run. Okay, run does run loop. I don't even remember what that was about. Okay, so now we can start copying and pasting the code in there. Basically, so the only thing here is we need to generate that stuff here. That's a little bit annoying. I think what we will do is I will do this here once. top level and later, because I'm not feeling like writing makefile rules for that now. I should really fix, like maybe tonight I should. Why does this not? Let's leave them just here, right? That's also wrong. Later we need makefile roots for that. So that's not the most complicated thing. Okay, that we have there already. Maybe we move them to Wayland for now. And later this needs to be in temporary object dir things auto generate. Good, then all this code, like basically what every normal programmer would do, that's probably fine, right? Let's just draw frame. Let's copy that. It's probably, I mean, that must be probably licensed so that you can use this example, right? What can sometimes happen because we compile this as C++, it is possible that this simply will not work, not compile. So normally I don't mess with such things. Why do they need that? So how much of this will build? I have this as, oh, it builds. Well, oh wait, it didn't say save. Was already surprised we touched this manually. You see it. Error invalid conversion void star. Fair enough. That is the usual stuff of. I mean, everyone should use C++ since the year 2000, but. Yes, I could also type static cast, but I don't like to type so much. U in 32. Actually, are we in like, does Emacs have any completion? I really should try to engage modern completion thing. Invalid conversion void star and client data from void star to client data state in 137. A configure. We don't need structure theory. The only thing is this called from figure surface listeners? Yeah, bridging this between that will be a little bit annoying. In C++ we don't need structs all over. And my style, it might trigger you, but I don't like this. I know this is controversy. This is, for me, this type, the type belongs to, so like this is a silly thing of C. I find it so much more readable. This will trigger other. I don't understand. Sure, if you have, this is so silly. What should I say? This is my style. I do it how I want it. I wouldn't need to do that now, but otherwise I forget it and then I commit it with it. And so basically we C++ify and real worldify this. Which sense that the pointer, that the type, the pointer designation belongs. It's like, look at that. What like, C people, we want to do it the C way. Like, yeah, sure, you want to type so much more stuff, right? Just because you love your C so much. Like, also, like, why do people still do old school comments for one-liners? I wouldn't need to change this now, but if I do it now, if I don't do it now, I will forget it. I know it already. I should just throw it through some linter, like LVM lint things, but by the way, we will soon, like, because obviously Wayland also not amazing, we will soon write a full graphics subsystem in microkernel, right? I guess you noticed I'm pretty done with T2 except maintaining it, so now we can do the nice things. Let's hope I didn't delete too many things not to be deleted. Okay, this will be deleted anyway with our production code. We blitz stuff with the few open source things I base except Lua is egg anti-grain geometry, so we blitz this with egg and our extensions. Their code style is, yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, thank you for the free example code, but space intentionally left blank. Let's see. Oops. Okay, let's see. How much more did I break? Client state does not. Oh, did I? Ah, maybe that was a. No, should actually wait. Wait. I think we pass there our C++ kin in or something. Redefinition of bools thing. Did I have this in the header file? Okay, I apparently had this in the header file as shortcut to make that link also run. This is virtual run loop, timeout. Oops. Yeah, I obviously stopped this out for like, I probably looked at the Wayland specification two years ago and it's like, I'm not feeling like implementing this. Yeah, how many, that's also, yeah, native applications, and yet then you support multiple X variants, shared memory and stuff, and frame buffer windows. Yeah, I know replace, but I wanted to review it a little bit. Okay, init run loop, and so which one did I not yet do? Wayland. Which one did I just remove to? We did init, we did run, we need run loop and quit. Could just, what does it do? So that is run loop 4, so so that is event processing, right? What did I do? Is a timeout, and what was the other? Quit, right? Terminate exit code. Okay, let's see how. If I had exit code and stuff in the base class, I don't remember after so many years. Init run. Did I? Wait, which didn't? Ah, run loop. Yeah. Terminate, did you mean? Okay, that was not, do we also exit code? So apparently that's not in the base class. Let's do it the same until we need to do it slightly different. And will it convert void star to client state in, okay, all of them. We only did one. Need to check how I precisely. We need some trickery to map this to. Why do they have? Maybe code wrap in the book. Probably more client. What I probably, how is layout? I don't use it that often. This layout things. Is there any layout? Where's like stacked or? Okay, maybe just, you know, not important. Otherwise, I would want to like in Sway. These are the things like people like it's much better. Like normally, I would just have it below there and Sway. In Sway, you could just drop it there. Let's not waste our time with layout things here. What else did we? Oh, we did this, right? Register clause, also not as much for top level things of valid conversion 161. Bind. What did I press now? Now it's confused. That is why I don't use syntax highlighting. Yes, maybe I shouldn't use Emacs. Bind things of. This doesn't copy. Wonderful. I urgently need to fix this Vim thing. This is just disgusting. Oh, will display display. Converting C to C++. What could possibly go wrong? Wonderful. I mean, this excessive prefixes is anyway not my style, but now, yeah, let's quickly use a C example. That will be pretty annoying to change now. This. Somehow Emacs works. I used Xemacs. I only changed it now for Dux theme, and because Xemacs is not really developed the most. But I have to say, the most basic editing things work less than I'm used 20 years ago. It's ridiculous. That's the thing. People on this on the stream, it's light theme and it's why do you use Xemacs? I use something else and everything else more annoying. Yeah. But yeah. So basically we need to change all state things here. This is over. Like, why does it delete so much? I mean, seriously? Or is there some, I mean, it's ridiculous. Okay, new editor coming soon. This is listener. Oh wait, we have. This is registry. Naming vars like types. What could possibly go wrong? So, are we mostly done? Later we move this to our class, so we have two surfaces. Why? How did they do this in the receive thing? WL, where do they have XDG surface? XDG surface equals, do they use this anywhere? At listeners, XDG surface, okay, in main. Did I not copy and paste this yet? Maybe. Okay, client state 0 in, so this would add us in init also. So here we use, of course, our class. Actually, I should have instantly added this into our class, but so while dispatch, okay, so that goes in run. Something of that sort. Okay, we don't really need print. Okay, more stuff. All right, we had renamed stuff. Display. Okay, it's WL display. So we only renamed this for var versus type. Add listener registry. Registry listener. Display round trip. Surface, X surface. Surface, X listener, X surface, listener, state top level. Actually, I have something somewhere. I need to check what precisely I had there. Still so many. Draw flames, primary extraction. What? Static const. Ah, because this was naming a tab again. Okay, let's. So many errors. What do we have here? Typecast. Okay, there I started typecast and didn't finish it yet. 162. Because probably I wanted to look up what the bloody type is. What even was it? 162 or so. So what was it? Shared mem compositor was this base, and here we string compare. Where is this interface? There is char star interface. How many characters do we have here? Does it not show there? My XMX shorts is. Okay, fine. Let's string compare this like a C++ developer. I think if we const standard string interface from interface, should this be nearly 0 copy or so? What do they even do here? Why is this interface base interface name? Does that work in the string equal? Does it have an? I would hope it has an operator for. Didn't do that any. Didn't do much C++ the last years. Yeah, equals 0. Let's use booleans. That's what they were intended for. Let's see if this errors. Did anyone look this up? C++ operator. Do I have some string compressing there still? Wait, what? Don't want shitty string compare here. I mean, which programmer would not want equal some other string? I don't get all the C programmers. Let's use prizes annoying to use string comp out of my cold dead C programmers hand. I don't get their reasoning. More primary expression in bind W registry. I guess we used. Come on. Probably I renamed this without that probably already. Don't instantly. Expected primary expression before the registry. Here probably. Here. That is that one here. Registry bind registry. Maybe, by the way, did I fix? I have here some activity things I didn't use in ages. Does this currently work? Yeah, this is. I hacked this for the Horizons. This is not really. This is because I had some hard-coded shit. Probably works with one. Did I not activity? 315. Here's the siblings offset. So maybe I need to dynamically look this up. Yeah. Didn't use this in ages. This is like in Krelm and not sucking. Maybe we could try if we, at the end of the live stream, have that working. Kind of funny. You then go on to make a Wayland client. I don't want, sure, we could do language every day, but I want to keep it interesting. Plus, I'm doing, you mean Australia. So the reason is, as you, we need this at work, and of course I live stream it, right? And plus I already did a lot of language low levels. I mean, a lot of 3 or so, but growing an audience, different things, teaching different things, right? I could do this here, like I could give it to some intern or whatnot, but we can also like, because people like 3 years later, we paid for your application. Why is it still not Wayland native? It's like, you are the second to. Yes, I hear you. Yes. Sometimes I need to do what my company needs, and it needs Wayland native now. People, the Apple people, we want Apple Silicon native. The Linux people, we want Wayland native. It's like, it's working, dude. Yeah, of course I use Wayland, but also like it's funny that we now do a Wayland native thing. But hey, we have a runtime. I probably should fair code license this runtime because it's actually not that bad. Imagine watching a Linux streamer every day. It's basically what I am, right? Everyday Linux streamer. I even patched AMD GPU. Maybe it doesn't crash today. We will see. We are already. I freshly rebooted. So usually the pattern of AMD GPU video encode crashing is after boot. Like it crashes once after booting or suspend from memory. In the first 20 minutes, and then it doesn't crash for hours. So yeah, basically also like doubling down on like on double win-win of Wayland native and testing AMD GPU stability. But also it's funny, we do Wayland native and then we actually soon go and write our own graphics subsystem, right? Because like obviously starting with Smartrox and S3 Verge and stuff, but basically a new graphics subsystem for vintage and retro, and then later. I mean, obviously I'm not doing AMD GPU first. Like even 6 years later, the AMD GPU people couldn't even get their video encode stable and not crashing every day. So we're not doing that first. We probably do like S3 Verge and Voodoo Matrox, maybe ATI, like those old things that you can do in a weekend. And then eventually. So state things doesn't WL display. Yes, I had to display basically state WL. Wait, what? Why does this not match? Maybe state dot. Yeah, I see there already. Wait, was it only this one? Was it not WL display? You know what? Because this client state, let's make it here for temporary hacky reasons. Later we just, I mean, they only like basically later we will simply make this proper class methods and make this class members. I first want to see some display and then we not this bloody hello world, my own code. Alright, more BM base. Alright, did I? No, I hit this actually. Wait, what? Did I do this wrong now? XDG, wait, what? This is also here. WPong. What is even ping and pong? It's probably keep alive shit or what? Can't make this wonderful AP probably to display spinning apple like spinning color wheel of death thing or whatnot. interface. They could have really made this example C++ friendly, so we wouldn't have to rename all those vars to has no member name base. Did you mean VM base? Yeah, probably I just made this kaput with my 61. Theoretically, but maybe we don't try this. Emacs supported like compiling this in exited up normally with. This is somehow not the right. Why does this not work? Compile not defined. I should really switch to something that works more. Why does this not work? Okay, YOLO. What was it? 167 or so? I have 167. At least my brain still works. VM base. I probably removed too much here. VM base versus the W register. VM base. Let's hope it's the right one. WL base wasn't declared. Oh, maybe it was. Or was it WL VM base, huh? Ah, XDG VM base. Oh, damn it. There's one more base that I screwed up with mass editing. Has no number WL display. State display. Does it? What is in our state? Just display. And what was the other? One more. What was it? VM base or stuff? Getting there. One more state VM base. Wait, what even was it? What did it contain? Base. XDG top level, XDG top level. But for example, so how to do this properly? So before I say, yeah, you just rename the C++ stuff. So normally you would, it's like C with classes, right? So for example, so this top level thing, so basically that shouldn't be in here, but in the class, like, so the C people refusing to C++, but recreating garbage C++ with C with classes, like, congratulations. So that should be here, right? I mean, maybe even if this only has one, maybe it should be static or whatnot, the people. Top level. I mean, the only thing is, do we need this anywhere? No, we don't, and we can change it already. Not in this other, so basically top level. That obviously is so much better than like implicit this, right? This or self things. But C people, we want to type it all over the place. Congratulations. top level thing doesn't yeah, okay, that is true. Where do we have XTG? Let's see if it's in Z1. Then if we later need this in here anyway, in the header, obviously. Nah. Okay, fine, whatever. Hello. XTG to blur doesn't name, still doesn't name a type. Did I not save that enough, or is that in shell client protocol shit? Seriously? I was hoping it wasn't in that, but maybe it is. I mean, I could check, but it's probably fine. So we're nearly there. Yeah, register listen. Why does this not? WA registry at listener. Why does this not? Okay, anyway, let's do 194. Things of registry listener, please. And okay, so the next improvement in testing, if we want to run it like, so first we run it with this minimal example. Of course, then we do it like that. All right, make it. And if so, what? Oh, we did run this wrong. So yeah, this is how it. Wait, some of this is wrong. What do I do? I'm not sure what I did there. Completed that one, obviously. Okay, cordon, that's not ideal. Okay. Do we build with debugger? No, we don't. Then maximum debugging. Let's hope it all rebuilds. I don't know if I have it in a state that it clear. I mean, ignore the warnings. We didn't touch the code the most the last years. Basically, we only touch the code if it doesn't. Of course, you will learn a lot of programming if you just watch. Basically, how to. Hello from work. Is that your monitoring thing? Yeah. So that is what I basically, because historically I did use this gcrelm, which also did this fully build. Apparently, maybe not. It was what I wasn't sure if that will just. Yeah, I didn't even use it much. I basically only wrote it as a test case of if, like, how amazing is our runtime if I would want to write something like that. Basically, I used it for nothing except for testing. Let's see if we can quickly work that here in 181. Text, which here is which. Why is this like text? Where is it coming from? Text plus first. What precisely does it? A conversion from decomposable T outlines. So that's potentially maybe not my code. That might be egg, as it looks like that. Outline text. Unsigned charger. Text plus. The question is, I probably previously compiled this with f permissive something. I remember seeing that. Is it like that, or inside chart to jar in outline tag? Wait, there is it? No, another? No, one item. Wait, here, because I changed it here. I hate all these types and this kind of code. FT curves run 181, right? 181, what? Outline text plus first. FT outline. What is first? First is an end. What was that? Outline text invert conversion. You know what? To be honest, I need to check this later. I don't want to go meditate this code now. Let's see XX here of let's. Is it that one here? I don't know. Either it's that one already. Wait, it probably does it if does F permissive. I don't want to debug other people's. Like if you it just ignores it for now. Theoretically, I mean, yeah, some things, yeah. But, yeah. Production code has a couple of warnings. Yeah, so we will write a new composition thing from scratch. I'm not using any of this for our microkernel soon. But first we need to port our production code to Wayland, and then we need to continue with our compiler. So usually that would be faster. I was like, how many frame drop? Hey, 0 drop frame and 6. So I compile with, maybe I could compile with J7. It's on a Steam Deck, right? Like, so 750X would epic thread rip through that in 8 seconds or so, but it's fine. Here Philip JPEG in there, that's not ideal. Does it even link? VL surface commit elegant instruction? What? Why do we get an illegal instruction there? Invalid opcode trap? Are you freaking kidding me? What? Or is it an intentional illegal instruction too? Undefined too? Set title. Okay, we don't return something. Like, is that some... I never had that URL. Is this just like... We really want to make sure? Like, is that some new GCC feature? What? You're not returning from your method? I mean, that's interesting, just not what I oh! It was. Hey, we have something. Great progress. So as I'm a little bit paranoid with this C code, let's commit this. Although it does nothing. Often commit early, not that I lose this 1 hour YOLO together code thing. Initial Wayland checkerboard. So now we need to just adjust. So the first hour making the bloody example compile. Next we need to split our actual stuff and wire up pointer and mouse. Which will be some more hours. So we currently, so that's the top level. So basically what we also need is, it's getting instantly a little bit more complicated in revert code. So doing one, so if someone, I mean, maybe we got undefined because we built with debugging and all stuff. But anyway, which is a nice feature. So thank you for this feature. So we don't need the checkerboard, we need a real window. And so basically, so where is, okay, we need to wire up new window. So basically, how did I do? We need some way of, how do this callbacks works? Client state. We unfortunately need some C calling convention, C API bridge here. Let's do that in a new second. So basically that's the initial wire up. Also like, so my style is that, like, why make it so, nah. Maybe even so. Actually, you know what, I made one mistake of not committing this in, like, no bloody explicit void. Probably should indent to a file, but so instead of this client state, we will use our class. We only need to bridge here some C to C++. Maybe static. I don't know if can static functions have C calling API? Maybe they could, I would guess, right? So the irony is, like, fuck up. This is, by the way, people are like, why don't you use syntax highlighting? Sure, but I would argue only the 5 years was the advent of LSPs, language server, like, and also why do we have this language server protocol things? Because the hard-coded regular expression shit we had for 20 years did mostly, or like regular expression state machine things did mostly not work. The irony is, like, I just the last days switched a little bit to Emacs for having maintain code. Like, shit like this is what I had with X Emacs for 20 years. And that's why I never bothered, because, like, it wastes me more time to bother with non-working syntax highlighting shit. Like, sure, running this with ClangD and whatnot, like, makes this work. But the irony is that even the latest version, this might use tree sitter, I don't know. Yeah, basically, maybe I shouldn't use, like, maybe Lisp sucks if 30 years of Lisp-based editor technology still leads to that. Whatever I press there, that happened. But it's nothing new in the world of Emacs to me anyway. Okay, so maybe this listener top level stuff we only need once. And then run the event loop, the only thing. So then next we need actually to create a window. Do I have the code for that already? Here, new window thing. Apparently I have your garbage code. I have your stubbed out code. So here. So that is two things. So basically, the way I set up here this render things is that you have one top level class that is the factory for Windows, like basically any Windows 32, Apple AppKit and stuff, or X11, and now Wayland. And that from this factory thing you have a second, you have a new window factory method of getting new renderers of the same kind with a window. And then you have multiple render instances for each window here, as you can see. Schedule this, I forgot what that precisely was. This was some workaround for some difficult thing. Also, there's an extra white space. Good. So new window renderer. Okay, has alpha. I guess the Wayland stuff always has alpha. I guess we can potentially skip this optimization. I mean, we can also leave it in. I don't know if you can do like non-transparent windows. Allocate that matching type. I don't know. So we have, what do we have here? I have here some, wait, did I have this here the same in? No, I didn't. Here I have this, okay, let's the schedule, okay, this is the same. Okay, this, let's move that into the file, and we need that thing here to actually do a window. Or multiple windows in a reword application. Parent and things has alpha. So new window. Okay, that doesn't do much, except okay, here we map some X window ID, or this was something like X window ID to. What did I need that for? Ah, yes, this is mapping the window ID to Windows. So then a new constructor. If I would see my first one. Maybe I... Yeah. Yeah, that was very clever. Do we need anything else? Okay, let her resize. Yeah, we obviously need to map quite some functions like resize, retitle, and all the other things, but that is one step at a time. That is basically how to bootstrap some new, any new whatever you're working on. All right, one minimal thing after the next. Wayland window, new thing. Okay, this we probably don't need, or whatever we will need. I mean, maybe we need a map of... Okay, probably because in X11 I had nothing else. Like maybe we can directly map, maybe we can supply our, to libwayland our renderer class pointer as client data. Render Wayland things window new. Okay, that didn't do much else than we did before, but next we need that one here. That does a lot. So that basically does the whole window. So we don't need most things here actually. Okay, let's not copy everything just to delete it. Let's only copy the signature here. Parent, okay, fes alpha. For this is to allocate, like in X11 we need to search the RGB extension visual displacing screen. Is this a top level? I'm a little bit puzzled that what has this? Okay, parent XY stuff and his spool. So we still need parent here. Did I delete all of? That is why we did special. I was wondering why I don't pass this to the okay, whatever. Okay, this we don't need already. So let's put our, that was just a space. Was hidden by no declaration matches things. Maybe has alpha, maybe I didn't. Wait, did I remove that? Oh no, has alpha is true. Wayland parent X Y side. Okay, it needs has alpha as part of the API, but why does it render Wayland? What does it? Candidates are. Or did I not save some file? Maybe I didn't save the file. Redefinition of candidates are things. No, wait, what? What's going on now here? So for my language, I do not yet know how I want to deal with modules and stuff. In a way, it is annoying that like it's of course like that you need to type everything twice is somehow not state of the art. LSPs were the solution for the things ADE language problem. I thought LSPs were more like usually this completion and syntax writing sucks because every IDE does some crap from scratch. So I thought it's more about like making it work properly once and for all. But I mean, yeah, it's kind of similar. I just thought the priority were more like making the shit actually finally work properly again. But yeah, it's. By the way, I think there was here, by the way, the audio delay thing. I forgot that I still didn't have the. Do we need a filter for that? Do we need, what was our perfect audio delay thing? Where was the audio delay? Still didn't do it. Where was the delay? I had this once nicely set up, or is it simply in sync offset? Yes, microphone. How many? Does someone remember how much? Like, was it like 200 or so? One live stream. Oops. Is it better? Because the HDMI capture stuff has quite some latency. And wait, what? Where's the audio even coming from? I'm getting confused. By the way, why is the video? I thought it wasn't in sync, was it? Why is it even not in sync? It comes from one HDMI capture card. Okay, whatever. Leave in the comments below if it's better now. Because this is a fresh new install and I didn't copy the OBS settings. Now that I think about this, why is it even out of sync? Or is just like, is the camera shitty or is the capture dongle shitty? Ah, maybe because the video, are these two drivers? Is that an audio and a video driver? Okay, YOLO, whatever. Maybe it's two separate drivers actually. Or is does one is it a UVC? Is it a video? Like maybe because it's two drivers and they maybe that is just Linux kernel driver out of sync shittiness. Okay, never mind. Maybe that is why. Okay, so what did I do here? Things of 178. Oh, it just doesn't like that one there. Actually, man, I saw that. I thought it probably will be fine, right? Oh, that was all. It didn't. Okay, wonderful. Good. So then, I can also just leave it like this. Then, window. So, I guess so. Should we already? Yeah, we obviously don't want to allocate this client state stuff here. So globals, surface, I mean, but shared memory shouldn't be really global, right? Why do they say global? I would argue, is this not just for the window? Shared memory interface. Because how does the draw work? A memory map? Oh no, they do create buffer here. How do they blitz this here in? I mean, ideally, I would want one shared memory surface and build into this. The question is, you should read the bloody documentation. The simplest meaning of getting pixels from client to compositor and the only one enshrined in Wayland. Simply put, it allows you to transfer a file descriptor for the compositor to mmap with map shared, then share pixel buffers out of this pool. Add some simple synchronization primitives to keep everyone from fighting all over each buffer, and you have a workable and portable solution. The history global listener explained will advertise global when it's available. Binding it is fairly straightforward. Extending example given, we get the following. Allocating shared memory pool. Okay, we have stuff like this already. Hopefully code things. So they do allocate, so they do share. Okay, maybe they create, is it pool? Pool create buffer, yes. Where do they do data is the raw data here. Okay, I need to read this in more detail because we would want to buffer the whole window. Okay, let's change that. So we need to get away. Okay, let's copy the whole thing and let's later see which one we need for each window and not each window. So basically, let's do away with this client state and somehow I probably copy and pasted that wrong. Oops. Let's stick it in here. We did this for the top level already. So top level, we surely, yes, this was the first global. So let's make the C++ code, which is more work, unfortunately, but it is what it is. It's what we get paid for. Hopefully that is the last. Let's hope the Linux desktop people don't change to a new protocol the next 20 years. I'm tired of adding native haiku stuff when, right? So, client data draw frame. Is that the callback? I guess what we do here is we simply, for now, put here our Wayland pointer in here. And simply cast this here accordingly. It's no typo, right? Nothing like. Wait, I think if I delete it, like, I mean, actually we could. Oh, this didn't because, yeah. Okay, let's substitute here all. There's port. Yes, replace incremental search. Yes, replace. Actually, I knew that. 20 years ago when I daily used XMX, I knew that. So, client state. Probably this will not just build. Let's see. I mean, we surely have. Okay, come on, mini buffer, give me my cursor back. Okay, now that is a C++, we can do so the top level display thing, the registry listener, and state is then this. Why is this not, how did this not substitute? Was my cursor after that? Apparently. So later we would want to make the static function stuff first. I want this build it all. Pins, whatever. Interface name culture. Where do we have here client? How do we call that here? That is, we call the state, which is, okay, fair enough, whatever. Let's see, does it still does something? Does it crash? Does it build? Does it crash? Of course it doesn't. Fun. Shared memory is protected within that context. Okay, fair enough. Let's unprotect this for a second. Let's later we make this let's temporarily make this public. We need protection anyway. No risk, no fun. Nearly there. Wayland state thing, did you mean render Wayland? Render, state display. What? Oh, just didn't remove that. Do we have more state? Oh, we have more state. Yeah, all of those are, of course, no class members. Future is no. More state display, or what happened? No, did I not save again? Ah, here is run. Okay, fair enough. State, oh yeah, right. Configure, where was 186? Oh, where else is this? Probably not more of it. Okay, that still works. Amazing commit, early commit often. More classification of then maybe we should actually check what's. Oh, it's already 19 something. Why is it so late? Okay, so now we need to. So now we want our reclass. So basically, where do we do what? Init. So here we do that display round trip. So actually we could check. Does that take? Okay, let's not make experiments. Let's first get the shit work to work. Okay, we probably only need that one. This is top level. Where is the window? We create the window. Window. And our is where is it? Or is this the surface already? Surface listener. Is surface a window? Why did I wrote objects here? Surface and X surface, surface. That's funny stuff. Surface things, top level. Display, registration, memory, compositor. It looks to me like that would be new window. And that would then be in here. Where is even... We could even do already... Okay, I had this all stubbed out, like implement that one. Why do I even have const chart title here? And not a standard string. I don't remember. Maybe for efficiency reasons, because usually, I mean, it should be 0 copy anyway, right? With some, maybe because we get it from Lua and we pass it to usually C APIs anyway. Then I would not set the title here, but here in the method of actual title. I don't know how often we need this commit. I mean, I guess we will see how it works and maybe later reread the documentation. Oops. Top level, set title, did you mean? I was also wrong. That core dumps. Of course it does. In renderer, Wayland things, this stuff of... Ah, you know why? Because these are null pointers. Either, I think for now, I mean, maybe later we copy those. That's not the super nicest thing to do like this and leave this other pointer 0 initialized, but we will figure this out when we have more things to... It still doesn't want to run draw. Okay, now draw frame crashes. Where do we have? We register this listener. Okay, draw frame now draws. Okay, that later should be class method, but the state is basically so that also crashes because Where does it crash? Is it buffer? Like, so everything, yeah, we should code that slightly nicer, but first I want it to work. State is data. Okay, also like basically it first works and then resorting. Pro tip: always first get proof of before you make it pretty. It helps little if you have pretty code that doesn't work. So this is this parent top level thing. I could rename this to top level actually 20 years later. It's just a null pointer, I guess. Is it null or uninitialized? Something like that could potentially work soon. Yeah, no, not wait. State. Actually, maybe that is protected. Render Wayland has no. Why not? Where is this buffer coming from? Oh wait, what? Buffer draw frame state. I did this wrong. So basically we need actually, do we have, actually later we need the right size. Let's not crash it now already. You know what, if we copy, you know what, let's make our life slightly easier. Let's not like, what did I just change? Let's make just sure this pointers are initialized, otherwise it's stupid. Which other did I change already? This one's here, huh? Let's copy them from, which globals were that? All of those, huh? Okay, that was very clever. What is, okay, rectangular select doesn't even help the most. The delete is somehow, I'm not impressed. You would think people write in the editor so that it's amazing. I mean, surely you probably can configure that amazing, but you see, I'm getting used to US layout. I only switched some months ago to US layout. Now I have the problem each day. The curse is now each time I touch another system, I have the problem that keyword layout doesn't fit. I mean, we could actually it would be slightly smarter not to make it class members in it all, but simply keep them static in this file, or make them static, actually, or static class members. Then we don't need to copy them. Or actually, no, yeah, I mean, yeah, not static for the module. We need obviously static for the class. No, wait, does it? But that would still, I mean, yeah, that would be enough. No. Not that you would connect to two different Wayland displays at a time. Base. It's a little bit longer, right? Somewhere here. Cannot convert. Yep. Okay, that works. Now we only need to, so how to, can we force the size of the surface? Somehow this, is this like giving us some arbitrary size? Does this demo already know the size? Does it? I mean, otherwise we need to implement resize. Why are those here with spaces? What do you even fucking do? I mean, some, I mean, a tiling miniature. So like for window move is if we really need to position a window, but maybe that's not even the most supported in Wayland for. Yeah, it probably should work with KDE. Okay, we're getting there. Now we only need to only need to split our data. And the right size. So how do we even? Yeah, this is why I did not do it 2 years ago. Like basically, I mean, sure, if it's one day work to add a new window manager thing. Yeah. How to notify? Okay, let's first split our data. Which would be here in render. Like, okay, let's see what happens. Let's use our size. I hope that is okay. We actually need to implement resize. It's probably another protocol, huh? Surface resize. Okay. Okay, let's for now split just the data we have in whatever random size. We got there. Can we, so, surprisingly annoying. I don't have, I mean, maybe I can. To split here in update implementation. Okay, in the heart we need to do that. The best thing would be draw frame is, what does allocate memory size? Okay, we have that here actually from their example. Do we have more? Was this the last pointer thing? Um, Basically, let's convert this as fast as possible. We have here some width. We have here some height. Stride by 4, whatever. Fine with me today. I only wonder, where do they freeze this? Do they always dealloc that? Here they only alloc that. Create shared memory file. This buffer management is, I mean, so for efficiency reasons, I would want one surface, and maybe it's just the nature of this hello world example. Certainly wouldn't reallocate that constantly for each draw. Let's see. We should check if it supports, but I mean, people don't like 24-bit formats anyway, so basically it doesn't matter the most. I only wonder, our format native is probably RGBX, to be honest. What formats can they offer? Okay, they have here multiple formats. The question is, do all graphic cards they have RGB, RGBA? Do they also have RGBX? And does every, they also have 10-bit stuff. Yeah, RGBX. I would want, actually, let's see if that works. I think our native stuff is for historic reasons RGBA. Do we always split alpha? Okay, that was the only thing. Okay, does this work with my graphic card and Wayland stick? Width and height. It's protected. Does this accessories work? I don't know if we have some. Best so typos. Okay, we have with that. That doesn't draw anything anymore. The question is it due to maybe the size is 0? You know what, basically we can do something what we usually don't do here. We can run stuff in the debug. Bloody hell. I need to fix this Vim shit ASAP. Like, this is not sustainable. Look at that debugger. Okay, that's 0. What is that example? I don't even know why we named it like that. But it should be more like 512. Why do we? Unless we don't initialize it. Did I? Maybe we don't copy it. Maybe we don't assign this in the CTOR here. Of right, because I know why. Because the old Xcode did this differently. The old Xcode did there, and we also should do some things. Okay, given we should do some things, normally you could do this in the initializer list, but given we need to do some things, we... Wait, what is even... we even need to... Do we need to render our resize for reasons? Yeah, basically later we need to do things here, and I guess due to that we simply... Why is this prefix with this name? Is it necessary? Because, okay, we all have our own resize, I guess. I guess it's... Yeah, that is why. Or does it? Yeah, we have our own resize, so that is why I need explicit base class. Format invalid. Destroyed object things. Maybe it doesn't like that. Doesn't like that. I guess I can make it work. I guess our blit is so flexible it probably can blitz it. In Wayland is in reverse order. Yeah, I was just checking. I was just testing if it can. I've seen that. I think historically it usually was RGB, and like somehow some new thing of endiness, and it's basically preferred GPU layout stuff. Of I mean, it doesn't really matter the most. I mean, in general, nothing matters. I just always preferred RGBA because like you have red, green, blue, and your primary components, and but so in little endians, like if you have RGBA, okay, YOLO, whatever. We are not rewriting GPUs here now, and maybe it's yeah, whatever. I mean, it totally mostly doesn't matter. So okay, so let's split our data. Let's see if we get away with this here, this checker thing. It hit me when matching Wayland formats with Vulkan. So you're saying Vulkan and Wayland didn't match the most? Whatever. So the only question is probably this do blit thing here. Okay, we actually, we dynamically from X we supported anyway. I mean, we inefficiently bit shift this stuff together anyway, which if we could JIT code, like in our new language, we could dynamically JIT the perfect code. Because so in X, as you see in X, we also get every X, theoretically X sun, SGI stuff, and every, theoretically even on Linux with every graphic card, like Z graphic cards prefer that. Historically, some graphic cards had also like either big endian system, little endian system, right? Like so, yeah. So we do that stuff here. Theoretically, we could optimize this for window has alpha or not alpha, but I mean, okay, we have our width. Okay, so the thing is, it's probably private, right? Is this private? Protected. I think for testing purposes, let's unprotect this for a second. If I sort this into the class later, if I make this binding stuff work somehow in some way, shape, or form. Doublet with height, it's over 32 for now. Into data, whatever was the calling convention, U8. U8 FBMM. Wait, what did I? Okay, new buff probably was the X shared memory thing of nothing like casting every casting pointers at every step. Do we have a stride? I have actually so the example stuff computed the stride there, so we have that. So pos and so that was like shift and what do we for like appkit? Is there no blip? Not sure how I blitz this, but don't want to show our amazing codes there too much. If you want to develop Apple code, you need to do it yourself or buy a license. What do we do for Windows? Must be something to copy from somewhere. Here we have blit. Stretch. All right. I do this. Oh, okay. This. Okay, I remember regularly. Okay. Okay, then let's decipher our own this shift. What is it? SR. So SRSCL. SRSCL. Shift left and shift right for pos in okay has alpha. Okay, that is shift left and shift right. So that's a little bit annoying, but it is what it is. So given that it's hard-coded right now, so we have R, so XRGB. So you're telling me, so that should be 16? So our, wait, we need, what do we need? We need to convert our RGBA. How did I YOLO this shit together here decades ago? This is for also, Okay. That is for converting 16 and stuff. Bit to shift SCL and then pos. Okay, basically that 0-bit reduction 16 0 8 red green blue, so 0 0, and you're seeing alpha first, so alpha first means 24, right? Does that make sense? And certainly there should be some format negotiation, but probably need to read the... Oops. Somehow, did I touch some file that so much rebuilds? Segmentation for SX. What do we do here? Doublet. What were the first things? X, Y, W with what does this crash? Did we not call resize? Or did we, I mean this resize? Which buffer and also see the difference? We wrote 8 hours or so assembler and elf object stuff in Lua and it didn't crash once because is that not an and it's, yeah. I mean, yes, Rust and stuff, but to be fair, in Rust you would spend 8 hours of just making Rust stuff borrow check. So it's like in Rust it would be fast. It's like no, in Rust we would 8 times longer, like in order of magnitude longer. Guru like type more cursed syntax and then Guru meditate borrow checker and it's like, yeah, we could run it through Valgrind and stuff, but let's GDB. Did we have copy and paste right now? Okay, we have copy and paste right now. Obviously it will crash there. The question is just why. GDB break draw frame in right, continue. Okay, value optimized out. Oh, the height is, why is the height minus? Why is the height negative in the depth? That's probably not ideal. Where do we set the depths? We probably somewhere. Create window, yeah, where's, here we set this here in do we even have a depth? Wait. So internally we will our code internally does always 32-bit weight depth. Okay, given we have no wait, what do we even freaking do there? Does our renderer have a, I don't remember, it's 15 years. Didn't have to implement new renderer backends in decades. Okay, we pass devs in, so probably our renderer internally, probably, okay, we have here some devs. We don't have devs here. What did I do in Blit? Wait, what? Doublet 00, where's this? Where did I do this? This is duplicate turn. but that is defs. What did I do with defs? X, Y. So that is duplet. So that should be, remember from memory, stride. Huh? How does this compile if we're missing the defs? Wait, what? What did this compile? Did we ignore some warning? I mean, this is kind of stuff that should not warn, that should hard fail. Like, do that just somehow type converted? How did this? Oh, look at this. It doesn't crash and we don't have our correct data. Interesting. So internally our code should bullet, do we have renderer? Like Sharpman probably. That is how it should look like. But maybe this code does it so early when we didn't bullet it yet. So next we need, I mean, either we completely fuck that off, 0. Is the rest of the calling conventions. So defs xy with high defs fbmem stride. Has alpha theoretically true if it has alpha. Actually, that is a good question. I don't know if that's for another day. That's also wrong. Maybe we keep Wayland here, that we better. Okay, next we need to notify, how to notify this code that we want. Wayland notify updates. What is best way to, wait, what, why does this notify send what? Surface window updates. And damage. Notify server damage and left updates of computer display sending a W damage, of course. Needs to be redrawn. Client then responds with a commit the client. Wait, what? In Hyperland, notifying a surface about the update involves the compositor sending a damage event to the client. Client are responsible for running their own content using EGL damage events. When the client needs to update a region, surface, update a new image load, a window resize, it doesn't send the entire update surface things, it sends a damage event. The compositor might trigger a configure event signaling that the surface has been resized or moved. Client upon receiving a damage event draws region commit event to the compositor. Distributed rendering model. Yeah, so much. Yeah, things, right? Damage processing. Yeah, okay, draw something. Yeah, you moved. Some complexity, some complexity involved. Just that I moved my mouse pointer pixel. Damaging surfaces, damage buffers. You may have to notice the last example that we added this line of code when we committed a new surface damage buffer. If so, sharp right, this code damages our surface, indicating the compositor that it needs to be redrawn. Here we damage the entire surface and well beyond it. We could instead only damage part of it. Great, where was frame callbacks? Okay, we also need that. Draw frame, checkerboard, offset. Register our Callback listener, frame listener. Okay, we will need many surface frame last amount. I think I need interns to do low cheap labor things of why do I even do this? What is a simple way updating your surface is to simply render and attach a new frame. New frames when it needs to change. The approach works well, for example, event-driven applications. The user presents key. Text box needs to be re-rendered, so just render it immediately damage the however, some applications may want to render frames continuously. You might be rendering frames of a video game. Might not even want to show a new frame from your application. Might be off-screen minimized and stuff. When you request a frame callback on a surface, your compositor will then event to the callback object. This protocol is pretty verbose, you all. Here is damage. Surface. Let's try what happens. I don't like this. I mean, in a way, I don't get this framed. Like, where is even frame call fake? I mean, I probably should read surface life cycle here. I mean, in a way, I mean, some of it is a little bit more complex than I wanted. Like, basically, all I want is a shared memory buffer and tell the compositor, like, damage this, damage that. Don't really quite ready. Where's your... I mentioned earlier that Wayland is designed to update everything automatically. Yeah, automatically with 2,000 lines of C code. Such that no frame is ever presented in an invalid or immediate state. Of the many attributes that can be configured for an application window in surfaces, the driving mechanism behind the automacy is the surface. Every surface has the pending state and applied state, and no state at all when it's first created. The pending state negotiated over the course of number. Additionally, these features of surface rule may additionally double buffered state. When you first create your surface, the state is invalid. To make it valid or to map the surface, you need to provide the necessary information. So with frame, they mean a frame of an animation and display state, I guess. It sounds like that. It's pretty much overhead for just updating. I'm a little bit shocked by the API details. Damages our surface, indicating that the compositor needs to... Where do they do that? Allocate surface attached damage commit. So No, something beeps here strangely. I wonder what's always going on in the neighborhood now these days. Actually, I wanted to see at least this picture today. The crazy stuff is that's not even... I mean, I think Wayland... I mean, we already do everything client-side, but the C API is so verbose, or in general. I don't know you all, like, in an ideal world, I mean, in a simple application, like, what is the problem to up? I mean, okay, you want... Okay, if you didn't want to display half-rendered frames, but... I mean, at most you would need double buffering. But in a way, everything is so bloated and inefficient in a totally tiny application. What is wrong with having one buffer? And I mean, except... But this could also be a global configuration of like you want double buffering or not. But okay, whatever. I would argue complexity of the stuff pretty high, plus C API is annoying, but good. Surface damage. I wonder if... Okay, let's where is our damage thing? Of course, we have similar stuff, like our stuff is running on macOS and stuff in Windows. And X11 composition manager things with transparency. The question is now... I probably should have that open. How did I even call that? I don't remember. What is our API here? Okay, we have... All right, we have update implementation. So update and sync. What was this stuff doing? So update does okay, that is expose, put image, update, update import, what that does, so create image, things, attach, duplicate. Man, it's a long time ago I did this. Okay, what is the Mac implementation doing? Set needs display. Okay, the update. Okay, the macOS our macOS update implementation does set needs display, which basically so update impl. It's basically the equivalent. Do we have here? What do we have? Which is it even? Okay, let's not close it. Too many buffers. Renderer. Okay, I had this stopped out. Actually, we report the question is just if this maps. I mean, Hyperland is splitting that and centered, so. And what I mean with more modern code is like, in a way, I mean, yeah, if you don't like, we should also not do C APIs, like somehow like this low-level open-coded. Somehow we shouldn't. We should write stuff on a way. Sure, there is GTK and Qt, but like GTK and Qt have to deal with the same C implementation, right? Like, oh no, I didn't copy this off. Which, let's put this to resize here of, do we have our own resize already? Okay, let's see here somewhere of. Let's see what happens. Let's try to, we should have a surface here, right? I think so that needs a surface. Is this valid here already? So theoretically this should map directly, I would hope. Where do we allocate that? Okay, we allocate the surfacing when we instantiate a new window. So then it should, or something should already be valid. Let's hope how that works. Let's see how that works. Damage buffers. Did I save with some typo somewhere, or? Is this internally here damage buffer? You want to tell me that this macro substitutes this to... it's also surface, I guess. Not surface. Should be surface. Also I did this wrong. Okay, we don't have pointer input yet. I mean, we could, okay, so somehow it doesn't refresh yet. If we, how does it look in X11? Okay, we also don't have a timer yet. We need to wire some timer up. So that is how amazing it should be. And like, this is with extremely little code, right? Like, this is... yeah, okay, we don't blitz. So basically, with any other... I mean, just using another program will... Okay, so I mean, this program... I only don't know what's initial, but the initial state probably should be... I just don't know if this refreshes without. Let's use an editor example of. So that's a bloody editor. Yes, I have. Of course, I wrote an editor example test, like testing our high performance text widget things, like 160 lines of Lua code of. Yeah. That is what I mean. Software could be so good, and all we got is this bloated stuff. We work with Wayland. What? What is this here? Okay. Is this somehow is this accumulate? What is going on there? Why is this creating such strange? I don't know what that is. Does this edit example create so many windows internally? Okay, this is more, actually this is more work and more error prone than I hoped it would be. I mean, I knew like 2 years ago I looked at this API and I was like, what the shit API? I've written all other Windows systems and somehow there. Yes, I never liked this, and my language will do some. This is nah. There are probably more modern and better ways. I mean, we should be close to see our data. Famous last words. But maybe we need, maybe we need actually this frame management and stuff. Maybe we need, maybe it doesn't do that because we don't have the appropriate handlers for this stuff. All right, we draw frame. Yes. Does okay. Actually, interesting. It does draw a frame for some. Interesting that it calls. So our code calls update. I mean, maybe. Okay, maybe we just don't have alpha data. Does this stuff support non-alpha visuals? Because I think internally in our stuff I only said alpha if a window is alpha. DRM format code matches the macros defined here. Except RGB8 and stuff actually supported by the compositor will be reported by the format event. We actually should check a format event. Amazing that someone told us. Does it support RGB? I mean, yeah, it's subject to the compositor thing, but what do they have here? Like RGB 888, do they have? Oh, they have that here like this. Let's see what happens if we, because it surely doesn't have alpha. Do we wire that through correctly? Who has alpha? Does the parent need to know if it? I should also say the initial structure is always the most annoying. Okay, this top level class apparently does not store that. Let's see if we can optimize it to work. How do we even name this in the Excel? Not at all. What do we RGB? We do this on RGB visual, right? And then how do we do? How we do def if def is. All right, because the XOC server can now, right? Okay, for the how do they call this? I can't select because shitty VI. WL shared memory format. The question is, I don't even remember. I mean, we could test this if we shift this wrong, intentionally wrong, and shift the RGBA data into the alpha channel. Just to see if it's just that and it's just the alpha. I totally don't remember how the top level mirror UI extremely long didn't have to, never had a bug in this code for. Internally, I always have 32-bit. How did we call it? WL. Shared M format. So if has alpha then Z otherwise, and yes, we probably should query that. RGB. I have the suspicion that Pipeline will again not like that. Actually, we can simply pass that in. We don't need. It's already Boolean. I don't have the highest hopes for that, but let's see. Oh wait, here. Here. Format invalid. Let's leave it in here. Let's change the example to what was our I can check from our Hesse alpha tree. Actually, I think I should rename this. Nothing like breaking our API before we make it open source. Fair code. How does it look with X shared memory? Now that it has alpha. Ah, that's also wrong. Okay, it still works with alpha set. Good question. Why does it not work? Split our buffer to that data. Shift left, shift right, RGB, that should be 16, shift left, shift right, that should be red, green, blue. Maybe that is caching, maybe we need to negotiate their other frames. I have the suspicion. Yeah, it should be easier. It is. I don't know. How do you like this API? I don't like this API. This is somehow just had to. I need to never touch a running system. Install the latest and Vim doesn't work properly anymore. Oh wait, this is wrong. Wait, draw frame ain't called. What? Ah, this was the wrong example. Oh, but you can. Need Wayland here. Does it work? Just 2? No, wonderful. That ain't fun. What kind of pattern is in there? How is there one blue? Well, there was. Do I pass more invalid data in there? Was there a stride? There is stride. Oh wait, did I pass it in there? Oh. Wait, I don't have stride in here. How does this compile? Shit, I mean that's maybe because I compile with permissive, and this thing does just Okay, everything offset here by some. Oh, look at that! Yay! Okay, wasted probably 15 minutes for one stupid shit. Look at that. Okay, we don't have anything else. It's more than nothing. So that's progress. Okay. Yeah, if we wouldn't build with f-permissive, maybe we would have noticed. I mean, I can remove it now. Oops, did I kill this now? I probably killed this now. By the way, I wonder if... Oh, that's wrong. I wanted... Hey, look at that. Oh wait, is it? Oh no, this is X11. That worked too good for Wayland. Okay, does something? I don't know what it does. By the way, I hope I did. Ah yeah, this is Wayland, yeah. Not that I celebrate too early here. That indeed works, yeah. Okay, so that's the initial state, so so far so good. We can render one frame a may. I've been on Linux for 7 years and I got tired of it. Finally, I got a Mac and now everything just works. I'm happy for you. I just don't know if you're a troll. I did Mac. I have a Mac. But Mac, I mean, like, tell us seriously, are you a troll? Do you just want to troll around here? Are you a paid advertising influencer? So I mean, sure, I 90% use Linux. I sometimes touch macOS, but like macOS was amazing from like 10.5 to 10.10 or whatnot. The current macOS like sucks. The vendor login knows like bloat and slowness. I mean, the golden days of macOS are, in my opinion, long over. Sure, Linux is also not amazing, which is why we soon need to write, like, basically, otherwise, if we're not YOLOing our Wayland backend, but Wayland. So somehow I have a double. Initial frame renderless Wayland. Commit early, commit often. No, I'm not showing my NVIDIA driver. Yeah, okay. I never got NVIDIA. I mean, sure, if you are a new user with Linux, you couldn't know, but like, I knew that NVIDIA was an Polish company since the year 2000 already. That is why I never purchased willingly an NVIDIA, except I have here even a garbage Mac. Like, here is my old garbage. I have also new Macs. This is my old garbage Mac. Probably I should. That has NVIDIA. Yeah, I mean, yeah, don't use NVIDIA. Although, ironically, yes, I had crashes here too with AMD GPU. But hey, I patched the kernel. We didn't have a crash yet in 0 drop frames and 3 hours. Yeah, NVIDIA sucks, but dual screen stuff, some development. Hey, I have triple screen on a Steam Deck. I mean, yeah, just don't buy Linux unfriendly vendor and otherwise sucking vendor hardware. Like, vote with your wallet, don't buy NVIDIA. But apart from driver issues with NVIDIA and Linux was awesome. I mean, that is, of course, I mean, that is also NVIDIA boycotted Linux from the early days because they were in bed with Microsoft. And like, now my neighbor, der Bauer and Gamers Next is like, how dare NVIDIA? It's like, I told you for 20 years, the Windows users just would not want it. For everyone I told for 20 years, NVIDIA stinks, NVIDIA cheats, NVIDIA sucks, right? NVIDIA is Linux unfriendly for, like, since the beginning of Linux 30 years ago, like basically since the beginning of NVIDIA 20 plus years ago, NVIDIA was Linux unfriendly for obviously, and that's, I'm sure they had nice deals with Microsoft. You can't tell me companies like NVIDIA were Z and Linux unfriendly for 20 years just because they wanted. Yeah, it's of course said that you move to the dark side, but I mean that, yeah. I mean, ironically, I don't even find the state of Linux desktop totally super amazing. Just that macOS and Windows suck even more. And like, yeah, now we, after writing this Wayland client, we share, like, and subscribe. We write our own compiler, microkernel. Like until I retire, I'm surely we will have an amazing system, more minimal system YOLO together that with not as annoying APIs. Okay, so now we only need to do all the rest. So what is missing? We have our initial frame. That is amazing. Did I not update this copyright here for some reason? So what is missing to do? Missing is keyboard, mouse, or any pointer, window size config. I mean, obviously other stuff like clipboard and like this is plus making this code not freestanding C function callback shit. I mean, blitting more than one bloody frame. Blitting more than initial frame. Maybe even later. Can't make this shit up. Surface format negotiation. I mean, okay. What is important? Also, we need here some timer thing. We have here some event loop timer thing. I mean, maybe. I mean, although we need this relatively early because animation is needing that. So we couldn't. I slightly wonder why is this editor thing? This should only have one window. Why is this? I don't understand how this. It's also not the most important right now. Why is this creating so many strange surfaces? I don't understand. Okay, that is the initial editor. Like, why is this happening? Maybe this. Okay, whatever. I don't know. Okay, to be debugged. Whatever's going on there, probably something. Apparently something. Okay, we need to render more than one frame. I mean, maybe it would work already. Do I? I mean, okay, let's quickly see. I have here some everything and the kitchen thing demo. That currently doesn't work. I've tested this before the live stream. It didn't work. X shared memory. Oh, this is the wrong one. Canvas test. Okay, let's copy here. This is only because we have some module loading shim that I didn't. All right. This is okay. Okay, what is it? UTF? What have? Some UTF module in. Okay. I simply so in our because in our application module loading stuff that works differently, but maybe it works if I just. Darn! Native is like. Who broke VI like this and curses? I'm not a fan. Does that happen to work or? Because it one's. Okay, fine. Boycotted here by which file? Oh, this is also the wrong file here. Where is my usual go-to? I think it would work if testing. Oops. Should it work with? I just want to see that here. Get time. I think I new APIs. I think I moved this out to POSIX. Did not run this demo for quite a while. Oh, there's the demo. There's the demo. That's testing basically a freaking lot. It's amazing, right? Let's throw to Wayland. Let's see what happens. I'm pretty sure it will not go well. Look at that. Amazing. That is actually I'm surprised it works. Like, yeah, but that's also like the crazy stuff. This is like Qt and GTK just in totally minimal, right? And in Lua and stuff. Trap, welcome. Things. Keyboard, yeah, the keyboard is amazing. New 5 Field 75 Hall Effect Things Cyberpunk Look Edition. I'm loving it mostly, except that I need. But my typing probably got a little bit better again because like I did use some European layout for decades mostly. I knew my way around on an international English keyboard thing. But yeah, this keyboard forces me to type in international English layout, which I'm getting there. Where's the bloody keyboard? Here is the keyboard there for your Hall Effect things. It's mostly amazing. Okay, so keyboard. Wayland. So we need to do some things for that. So we need some timer loop. Timer. How did I do timers for animation? So basically, why does this not focus now? Hello, you had one job. Why does this not? Why does this not focus here? What have I done with this Emacs now? Or maybe it's in back. Maybe it's. It was my fault. I need to patch this Vim cannot. Okay, I need to ask our developers. Someone please fix Vim and curses for me. This is getting too annoying. Okay, what else is going on? Business things and only business. No fun and Mips and Spark and stuff of. Plumbing company. What? Okay, whatever. Timer. So the next important thing is timer, because if we have a working timer, we could. What was a timer API? Timer at timer. Action interval things. Oh, timer's actually pretty annoying. Maybe we should do pointer first. Okay, let's do pointer first. So because for the timer, I mean, I will do this later, maybe at midnight. For the timer is the point of the timer stuff is to hook into the event loop here that we have here. Essentially, so dispatch. So basically, we would need. What does it even do? Dispatch. Is this dispatching one freaking event or? Debian experimental Linux manuals. Represents a connection. Wait, what? What? Detailed description. Where is this all in one man page or what? Will dispatch any event queued on the main queue and attempt to read from the display FD if it is empty. Events read are then queued to the appropriate queues according to the proxy assignment. Calling this function makes the calling thread the main thread. The user created queue is dispatched with dispatch queue. I need some kind of timer thing. But I think I will search for this later. Here, main loop awakes up from some FD other than the display FD, network socket timer FD, and call. What do we have here? What function is that? Dispatch. It is not possible to check if there are events on the main queue. For dispatching main queue events without blocking, see dispatch pending. Without reading from, wait, what? Dispatch main queue events without reading from the, wait, what? Events on the main event queue necessary, and this is necessary. This may queue up events by reading all data. To proper integrate the Wayland display FD into the main loop, the client should always call dispatch pending and flush prior to going back to sleep. At that point, the FD typically doesn't have data to attempt I/O, so attempting I/O could block, but events queued up on the main queue should be dispatched. Real-world example is the main loop that wakes up on a timer FD or a sound card becoming writable, which then triggers GL rendering and eventually EGL spot buffers may call dispatch queue doesn't receive. Somehow the man page is. Okay, let's do this. Let's do pointer first in keyboard. Because I guess if we have pointer, I mean, obviously later everything needs to work. Surprise! Later for full application, everything needs to work. But Wayland pointer example, or do they have here? Do they have that here in pointer input, handling inputs? Okay, seed things entered, yada yada, pointer frame, single frame of input processing on the server could carry information about lots of changes, for example, motion events, button events. However, the button argument requires additional explanation. Numbers is platform-specific input event, not that reuses Linux values can use input event codes. Oh, wonderful, thank you very much. It's like Wayland process platform-specific enums and it's like wonderful access events. Do we have an example? Hello, example? But that is funny. They don't have a bloody example for bloody pointer events. High DPI we need to do. The buffer scale. Once you know the output line is shown. Okay, high DPI we do later. Subsurface regions. So that is funny. They give me here not a bloody example. How should I do they want me to ask AI or what? Request set cursor. What is set cursor doing? Only new things. What does set cursor do? Once a pointer surface. No. They really don't have C code example things. The precise semantic of these two events are complex, and if you wish to leverage them, recommend careful reading the semantic of when it is short. I mean, this is fucking too fucking freaking complex. Like even the X11 code is freaking easier. And then not to start with, I read this here already. So for keyboard events, you need client-side XKB processing. It's like, I don't know, I'm really not the most thrilled with Wayland, like in my opinion. I mean, sure, client-side everything, client is under control, but I mean, Steve Jobs, I should not mention again that Apple wanted to buy me 10 years ago and I was sitting in a conference room, right? Speaking about Steve Jobs era. So seed. Shall, how is this freaking, you had me at, okay, pointer. Please wipe code me pointer things. Pointer example, hello world. I think I've seen something. Hello world thing with, is it here with IO with pointer? Thing. When clicked, program accessed when clicked, okay. Please show me pointer. Did the symbol not load or what is even going on here? Why is this hanging here? So okay, this is just some scaling thing. Cursor hotspot? What do they do with this cursor thing? Cursor, don't tell me they load a custom cursor. Cursor from pool? What? I don't need another cursor. Any default cursor is fine. Hello, set cursor from pool? What the heck? Holy shit. All I wanted was pointer data. Pointer enter, pointer leave. Why do they do that? Pointer motion, pointer button. Event listener things. Does it? What license is this? Not that people later excuse me. Maybe I shouldn't copy from other people's hello world thing. Also, all I want was a bloody pointer. I think my Xcode was like 15 years ago. I think I got the X11 code working. Okay, GPL, we can't copy from this. We can't copy the pointer data from this example. I don't want to get sued for over pointer data. let's see, pointer. What even was the function name? Pointer, Wayland, pointer event, slip input. That is some other book. No, that is the book by the. Oh, Wayland. I hope I don't steal it from. Like, I thought this official documentation. Is it some commercial book? It's better. Hope that is Creative Commons things of. Okay. I'm a little bit shocked that they don't have. Pointer constraints. I mean, somehow, I mean, sure, they say that's how you create a new surface, set cursor to touches. You need to do. Once the pointer has entered your surface, you'll start receiving additional events for it. They could have really have some example code here. Do they have pointer data in key maps? Touch input. Setting up a seed. Seed capability, seed name. Here is pointer event mask. Rigging up pointer events. Holy shit. I don't know you all. This is way too verbose for. Pointers have lots of events. Let's have a look. I don't know. I'm the more I look. I mean, I knew that in principle, but somehow this is way too annoying to work with. I mean, shouldn't usually use GTK, and basically we implement a simple version of GTK and Qt here, because I did that. I mean, this is really totally. What do they even do here? Client data? Like, what do they even freaking? Wait, is that server side? Oh, but this is listener. I mean, I wouldn't need all of them. Like, for now, we could only register one. I don't need to. What precisely do they client state? Do they just set this here for some reason, illustration purposes only, or what do they do with their client state? They do that one. They do that for their own housekeeping. Frame handler, W pointer frame, pointer. Certainly longest of the bunch. Rigging up keyboard events. Yes, please. Okay, all we need is this frame thing. Do we have a frame event thing? I saw we also that's their thing here. I think, right, like they synthesize that here in their own. What do they do? No, what do they do? Client. Pointer event. That's their thing here. Here's the event. Event mask pointer event enter. Okay, let's try to get this to work. So this is proof of concept. Later I need to C++ classify that here. Where is our Surface configure listener things xdg surface listener. So let's see, static void pointer data pointer. The good thing is we can probably quite straightforward feed this. Now that I saw more of this, we probably can quite forward feed it into press and release. The only thing, what did I have there? In our internal API pointer, how did we call this? Yeah, ist jetzt right, some event handler. Good question. I don't remember. Man, this is so long ago. What do I do for other things here? Grab point. Okay, this is notify. Here is process X event. Here are things. Okay, I somewhere. Okay, event. So that is what do, how do I convert this? Probably I have some global event thing. Where do we have some? Let's see. Okay, let's first get this Wayland stuff to compile and then wire it up. Frame. How to register this? So they have here a pointer frame thing. Where do they wire this up? Oh, listen now. Okay, they save the. Do we need that? Enter leave. Pointer motion. Okay, we need some of those apparently, huh? Data pointer time surface. Actually, we hopefully can register this for each surface, right? I don't want to multiplex those myself. Okay, access I don't need today. I just don't. Why do they have frame when? What do they do in? Why do they need a frame if they have? I don't understand. Why do they have a frame? Does someone know? If we have motion and button, what do they store here? They store that it left. I mean, so I map this to extremely simple representation. Why do they even... Why would you get pointer events in this frame thing? Does someone know? Do you need to Google this? So this free book here, I mean, I appreciate this free book, but also somehow it's super most amazing. This is probably the same example, huh? Not that impressed. Okay, motion button, I copied those, right? Pointer listener. Access don't need, oops, enter don't need for now. I mean, eventually maybe, but programming for game consoles was less annoying than that, I can tell you. So that is our she should actually so motion. So I mean, sure, the Windows Win32 API is totally old-fashioned, also not good. But like this is the opposite of, like this is oppositely annoying. This is modernly annoying. Strangely, I mean, we don't really need, I don't know, I'm not a fan of this API. Where is this listener thing? String compare interface bind seed interface name. Do we need seed at listeners? Do we first need the seed thing? C++ify that. Here, yeah, we need probably or maybe that is some global thing. Maybe that comes from the protocol stuff. Wait, did I even? Is this even? Wait. Ah, this is the next example, huh? Seed capabilities? Are you freaking kidding me? Ah, this was the first thing here still. Probably need that soon, I guess, for something. Can save it already. I'm somewhat shocked. I don't know, Trap. Any other good old vintage programmer here? Are you like who did Wayland programming and who liked it? Where even the seed stuff we hopefully never worked with Lynn. For me, this is way too strangely fine-grained. I mean, nothing against getting all the information, but like this is somehow. I mean, sure, C APIs, nah, but this is. I mean, even X11 was more fun. Like people do X11 new, and I somehow missed the pointer events here. Pointer events. Ah, here seed capabilities have. Wait, what? This we need the seed capabilities after. Are you freaking? You need seed capabilities for a bloody pointer? Seriously? The amount of stuff you need to do just to get your pointer is absolutely shockingly mind-blowing. Yeah, and also like no, it's not. I have nothing against awful level, but like it is outright annoying to work with. I mean, nothing against low level, but like having to register so much stuff just to get some window events and pointer events, and I mean, and then every application. I mean, sure, using GTK and Qt, but okay, this is not even doing much here with this. Okay, seed, we should. We don't even need to print this capabilities. This is what is with this pointer thing. There was a seed somewhere. I had seen seed capabilities. Where the heck was that? Have pointer here. Or do we need this just for? But even this API might suck here a little bit because we probably have one seed per application, right? So state pointer, where is that coming from? Where is this? Oh, it needs a seed thing. It needs WL pointer, okay, from the seed. But that means we get pointer. Do those have a surface? Because if not, we need our own. Please tell me this callbacks gets a surface. But it doesn't even help me much because maybe I need to map myself. So what I would expect, so as far as I see, we get one global pointer thing. Like if we have a multi-window application, like sure, if we have only one application YOLO, but usually applications also have more than one window. Yeah, really intended to be the base of higher level abstractions. But I mean, this abstraction, I would argue, is not really even that good. Even on X11, you get your pointers on your window, as far as I remember. Even these APIs are like, what I expect is C APIs, okay, least common denominator and stuff. But at least if I get a surface, like basically what I expect is to get pointer and keyboard events on my bloody surface. It's also ridiculous that I've seen that here already because keyboard comes next. Somehow the people who's like X11 sucks, let's make Wayland better, and like somehow these people made Wayland worse. I mean, sure, some rendering things okay, more direct and stuff, but basically also moving everything to the application because like now every application needs to load the XKB data, right? And XKB state. So I would guess previously this was in the XOC server, right? Like previously we had one keyboard tracking thing in the XOC server, and now every keyboard here, every application needs to use the XKB library to create an XKB state and stuff, which I mean, sure, at least. But the crazy thing is the compositor needs to do it too, because usually the compositor has also some kind of keyboard map handling, right? So instead of directly making keyboard events usable to the application, it's like it does all the thing and the application still need to do it themselves anyway. This is really unfriendly. This is a really annoyingly unfriendly protocol. I mean, sure, X11 wasn't amazing, but that is somehow differently not amazing. That is, X11 was vintage code not amazing, and that here is modern code not amazing. For me, Wayland is like basically you rewrite stuff in modern and it's still not good. But it is what it is now. So let's try to make here one seed shit. Okay, so basically we need the seed as we just figured out. So unfortunately, let's do that here. Really need it. It's ridiculous. The seed thing here. VM base. Also, I think. So yeah, this is basically that similar to X11 or so, where I guess for X11 I mapped window ID to renderer classes instances, and so now apparently I need to map surface pointers to my classes, which because we have only one global event there, I guess. Where was my CTOR? Alright, somewhere Wayland, basically here of parent things of display. Where did I put? So modern civil Vaughan, VM base, if they're not in the right order, which I also find ridiculous, but the seed thing, did I copy this? No, I didn't. WL Wayland seed parent what? Where do we? Okay, we do we need seeds, keyboard pointer, touch? Okay, let's not touch today. Objects. I mean, I'm shocked. When I looked this initially, as you see, I wanted to do this 2 years ago, and I was like, "Dude, is that's a complex nightmare." I don't understand how people design APIs as. I mean, we could have prepared touch already. Did I? Keyword pointer. I mean, the only thing is we have one, or we have only one anyway, so. Explicit qualified ID. What? State. Wayland. Oh yeah, state. Where was it? 5. What? Under motion, warning. Oh, warning unused. It's just. What did I? Declaration of Wayland state shadows of parameter data. Ah, there is state. Okay, I mean, we could start rendering this. We could just R4 going forward. State was previously already. Okay, let's not change all of them now. Later I need this static method somehow or whatever. Qualified ID bind seed of WL seed. WL seed. Ah, yeah, because seed plus classifying this incompletely, but our registry seed interface. W pointer and declared, or did I just? We just called it pointer, right? Did I call the other thing C2 or I didn't? It also doesn't build like that. Qualifier and seed. Alright, I renamed this to seed for C++ for C versus C++. Doesn't keyboard field name. Oh, so I accidentally killed that because. I fat fingered that. Key. Seed was not. Did you mean stat? No, I meant seed. WS seed. So also, that's our renderer. Maybe we should start replacing this all. State came from. At listener of. Yeah, we should replace this all. This was confusing from the example. Many more. Maybe I should just tree-wide replace it. Oh, look at that. That's another state. That's it already. Okay. If there are more, I'll do it later. Hey, that flashed something. Good. Let's see if we get. Oh, maybe we forgot one more pointer event register. I think we need pointer events in. Did we add seed capabilities? No. Seed listener things for seed capabilities. Is that all we had here? Did we add listener for? Did we add seed? Register bindings? No, I didn't. Where is it? Add listener. Seed. Else if more seed listener things. Would that be here? Use overview of all this question. Yeah. C++, C++ified. How someone would not want to use C++, I don't understand. And yes, soon our own language. Wait, I had this. Wait, I had this seed listener. Ah, I only forgot the seed listener for some reason. What did I do with the seed listener? Ah, maybe I deleted this because I thought I don't need this. That's what was missing. Okay, after the language we write an editor. Seed listeners. Why is this here state? Which this is ourselves. No, this is R. Okay, seedless. Seedless. You had me at seedless listeners. It's absolutely crazy. Maybe I can sell this minimal Wayland runtime. Okay, so basically seed or okay, pointer motion things, pointer listeners. Seedless can never have too many listeners. I guess I can sell it for more the more lines of code Wayland integration has. No? I sometimes, I mean, probably those people. Okay, also this we. I mean, basically, we will notice when we need it that we need to do it. Who cares about the bloody seed name? I mean, I probably wouldn't need to fill out. I write my pointers differently than you. We are just different people. I don't know if you need that. Pointer events versus. All I wanted was seed capabilities. Here is client state have pointer. Basically, do we need both? If pointer, if not have pointer and wait, what? Why is this have not pointer? What does that here even do? Is this for Tyrial? Like, why would you do that? Seed capabilities. This API is bizarre. I mean, do those Wayland people really think their API is amazing? We need to cast our because I don't find this API is amazing, but I said this already. This we write like real humans, like not pointer, not null. Our seed state things of R and have pointer and I mean, this is somehow to remove this, but this is really pointer initialized after reorder. Ach, damn it. That's just the warning, right? W keyboard things of initial keyword. Why does it warn now? Did it not? Did I had first? What does it warn about? Will be initialized after pointer. Pointer will be keyboard. Okay, I mean it's just a bloody warning. Or did I have a typo here? Seems unused. Expected state was not state WL pointer. Bind void things invalid conversion warning. What are you saying here? Our interface name in there's also some else thing. I missed this interface name. Where does it warn about the type? Warning converting Warning and valid conversion from bind registry. (193). What's there its problem? Did we not? Because that is, we need, was it warning or we need sweet, huh? And what else did it whine about here? Or load segmentation. Listener function for opcode is listener function for opcode 0 is listener. So we need all fucking listener functions even if we don't effing need them, or what? You want to tell me like why do you abort like I don't want to handle some freaking details. Are you freaking? It's like, what the freaking fuck? Who invented these APIs? For us Gen Xers and older millennials often had 8 and 16-bit micros accessing. They didn't have computers till the early 90s, so I started writing seamless. This is what I've picked up as over the years. Casual stuff really intended to be the base. Okay, I had this already. You had me at you probably need to wire up all those bloody callback functions, probably, huh? Isn't a function, it is probably enter. Holy shit. Oh man. How much verbose shit do you want? Like, all I wanted was X and Y. Like, in Windows, I mean, Windows, the Win32 API is obviously undeniably garbage. Like Windows 16 or whatnot, like whatever inherited of like getting mouse pointer datas in AL and AH or whatever that was. Or something of that sort, but for Windows 16-bit performance reasons. But like this here is the opposite of hell. I'm shocked. By the way, are at least those pointer signatures? No, they are not freaking identical. Oh, damn it. Like this is just nuts. Register most of the stuff just to ignore it. Congratulations. You had one job and you made this out of it. It's motion things of, and I was wondering why they do here all if they don't really need this, but do they point out you need to have all of them or your shit will runtime crash? Pointer, enter, leave. I think motion I only deleted some I didn't need, so some others I have. Just give me bloody, what do we have here? Enter, leave, motion. Motion I had. Motion press, and then the bloody axis that I also don't need. Axis discrete. Bloody hell. Pointer button, so axis source dot discrete pointer. Where do we have frame axis? Okay, you. No. No, my mouse cursor blinked. Pointer frame. I had, what do we have here? Axis. Source dot. Can't mix the shit up. Let's be clever and delete first what we don't need. so many empty. It's hilarious. We screwed something up, or no. Let's see if we can get pointer events in there. Okay, you really need like can't have this callback 0. That is ridiculous. So all we need for now is motion. Let's rename this. So the name is of course not part of the API or calling convention. Let's name them as X and as Y, not to type ourselves to death. As X and as Y, and then here pointer button. Oops, accumulated some semicolons. Oops. Okay, let's see already. Do more of those? No. Pointer button. Okay, let's see what we get there. Do we have okay SX? So we have button. What is button in state? Is it? Let's see how many. The crazy thing, I think you even need to. I've seen when I scrolled over this XK. Wait, what? Ah, these are some fixed point values. Or something of that sort. Where did it say fixed? Yeah, here's fixed things. Where is the W stuff to double of fractional scaling? Goodness. That's, I mean, okay, we get, I mean, that's crazy. That, I mean, is it scaled? Why? That is stupid. I mean, this should be 1-to-1. I don't know why, what it's scaling now. I mean, oh, because I don't know what. So I say I want 512, 512, but okay, so 0 is here. Okay, that's a little bit shitty. Wow, is everything shitty here? Okay, that will make it hard to click it though. What drugs were they on when they invented all of this? Okay, let's even see what my what was my API for that. What was this event callback stuff? Where do I? Okay, we have here one event thing. How does it work? Set capture, use capture, pointer XY. What do I do with this event? I don't remember. It's so long ago. Set event callback. I don't even. This might have been some special Twain scanner support thing, but okay. If handler then event. So where is our event thing? Event. Here's event. So many things. How did I use button? What do you have? I simply number the buttons 1, 2, 3. And here is some button pressing. I also think so. In my opinion, this API is in general too verbose and too. I mean, nothing like that. If you need details, you get details. But this is probably a case of because we, especially in the Linux world, that all the old-fashioned people stuck so long with C, and 99% of the Linux APIs are basically C. I only, not Windows 32, but have you seen Wayland? I only spied on my other old code of how I implemented the event things. But Wayland, so that is the difference. Being Apple API is actually usually much better of like some Objective-C things of like 30-year-old next step invented Objective-C things. And yeah, actually for all the, and that is a reality check. As much as I don't like the Apple, the APIs were actually not the worst. Actually, I'm as that's the difference. I can say all the C garbage here is garbage. Like, look at Apple's beautiful Objective-C things. Or actually Steve Jobs naps, like Apple. Okay, most of the Apple stuff is actually garbage. Actually, I take this back. Look at the next step inherited Objective-C APIs. Object-oriented programming for the there. Cocoa is pretty bad with OpenGL rendering. I mean, actually, Cocoa was like with Quartz. You probably only mean like OpenGL is bad. I think they probably accelerate most things with Metal now, don't they? I'm only saying this API is like, you don't want to deal with that stuff like that. And sure, you use GTK and Qt, but like the lower level workings, inner workings of this stuff should also not be like that. So I guess what we do is, I think I will stick a an event. Do we have here? We have data should be actually the, okay, right now we have only one? Like, where do we register that to the, we need the right callback of the right, actually we have the parent renderer, right? We have the wrong surface here. Should we only register one? We can only register, okay, that totally stinks. Unfortunately, we need to map this. Do we get the pointer time? Can we register multiple? Actually, maybe we can. Where's our pointer? Listener. Actually, how did this actually? Surprised this even compiled. I thought C++. Because this doesn't have a surface. How do we get which? Here's the surface. Okay, enter is surface. Okay, this has surface here. Enter has this. Okay, that also has a surface. But motion doesn't have a surface? Why the fuck does a motion not have a bloody surface? So that means, I mean, what a garbage API. So that means I need to track. I have to say I implemented this now for like I implemented this for X11 for frame buffer. Okay, frame buffer doesn't have that. For Windows 32, for Apple AppKit and Apple UIKit, which are somewhat similar though, but like such shitty problems I never had. So I need to, for enter and leave, I need to save the bloody surface and track myself in which fucking window the bloody pointer is or what. This Wayland compositor cannot send me bloody pointer and keyword events for the matching window already. This is absolutely nuts. Also, motion doesn't have a serial, but button has a serial? Why has this a serial and this has a time, not a serial? Who made up this APIs? Who thought all of this shit is a good idea? I mean, plus just use 32 numbers for enums too expensive, but it's not the biggest problem. Okay, so we can only register them once. That means similar to, I think for bloody X window, I had a similar but not as stupid problem. I had here some array, some hash table of what did I even use there back in the day? Some Windows thing. Here our map our windows to bloody classes. Yeah. This is an absolutely garbage API. I'm really. The thing is, each day it's like, okay, today I do something differently. It can't be that bad. 4 hours later, I don't even have pointer events wired up. Map freaking Wayland surfaces to instances. Like, you gotta be freaking kidding me. Like, you had one job. Surfaces Wayland. What was the surfacing? WL surface. Thank goodness we have C++ and don't need to. Okay, let's manual. You had me at I need to map this shit myself. Can never do me Windows. I'm speechless. I mean, that is ironically, this is when I left for macOS from 2008 to 2018. When I was thinking like the big major distribution, like they wrote one shitty project after like I was seeing all of this like, dude. Yeah. Share, like, subscribe. We need a compiler. We need a runtime library. We need a microkernel. We need a windowing system. I did not expect it to be that bad. And then on Phoronix, yay, new Wayland shit. It's like, have you seen the previous shit? Surfaces. Then windows. Then stick each new window. So new window sticks a bloody surface in there. Surface. So new window. The only problem is we might need, like, if we resize this, we need to resave this, right? So where's our bloody surface? Surface. Add listener for XDG. I was like, I'm not amused. I mean, I hope this surface is our. Okay, let's maybe save it first. Before do we have add listener things? Good. Okay, we can't register it earlier before we have it. Why do I call it window? I map other things. So we need to map our. So that is this. Wonderful. Where's our C-Tor? Do we have a C-Tor here somewhere? A detour? Did I inline that here for? Somehow not. Where is? Here. What was deleting just now? Yeah, map iterator thing. If erase. Okay, erase. Maybe. If not, if it's not a top level thing, then erase. Subscribe there. That is amazing. 10 months. What? Almost forgot to sub. That is so nice of you. Thanks to GLF, Load and Saver don't have to deal with this stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. Actually, I thought in 4 hours I finish all of it. Like, that is one rabbit hole after another. Is yeah, because now we need to like map iterator here. Oh, this is here because that is all of Windows, window end, erase. Okay, amazing. Then where do we need this pointer? The sad thing is, we kinder. So basically, we need a static, maybe later somewhere else. I mean, also, wait, this struct as well. Not that it wouldn't be too important. Okay, I need to delete this later somewhere. Enter. So we need a static WL surface. We need a bloody active surface. Can't make this shit up. And yes, in C++ we don't type null. Active surface, so enter like active surface equals surface, the future is null. Active surface 0. Motion. If, okay, basically we could straight, okay, this data is only our top level thing that doesn't help us much because we can't register for each window, which thank you. I mean, it apparently maybe, I guess. We don't probably. If, I mean, it should be active, but we should, I mean, we could straight search it. We could, hey, we are C++, not C, so we could, so that is WL surface renderer Wayland. We could type def that iterator IT in surf. I mean, we could pre-find this in enter actually. We could actually make active surface. That would be slightly smarter. Improving runtime performance of pointer movements. Follow goal reached. Did we? I lost overview. That would be amazing. What is our follow goal? I hope more than follow a goal. Ah, follow goal. Oh, amazing. Thank you for following. Ah, right, there I see it. Yeah. I mean, that's also why I do varying things. We will heavily invest into our compiler technology because, as you see, I can do C, I can do somewhat C++, old-fashioned C++, and Lua or forked Lua and assembler. But we did 4 years making T2 Linux great again. Now it's mostly great again. Obviously, I realized not only I need to do the next things, but also I think it is more educational of doing different things. As I've seen in 4 years, Linux certainly not the most, like T2 Linux, not the most sought after and eventually boring after 5 years fixing the same shit. So at least we do something new. Like, how many people write Wayland support? What distro do you use? My own. I, for 25 years, did Linux distribution, and now we need to make other surrounding things. We basically now, so I am T2 Linux. But next we write the microkernel. After 20 years, nobody makes a better kernel and a better language. Now we live on this channel. Share, like, and subscribe here and on YouTube. Now we make a language, a microkernel, and a new window. After we implemented Wayland support in our own minimal UI runtime, next we do our new one from scratch. Yeah, I could do it all. I just need more sponsors, more likes and subscribes. I could do it more. I could do it all. I mean, yeah, we're doing it all now. Just, yeah, I can do it all after work. It is what it is. Like, it's nobody else does it for me. Okay, so the difference that you learn something. So of course it would work minus typos here, but if we search a map, currently we have only one window, but like imagine we have 100 windows or 5 windows. That would of course be expensive, at least on a 386. So I guess what we do is we do here active renderer. We do here static. We do straight renderer Wayland active. Maybe AR active renderer. Yeah. Because then we straight. Oops. Did I paste this? I did paste this. Let's so. Is this even? Wait. Did I copy that in here without this? Couldn't have worked, right? Probably copied that in there. So active renderer Iterator surfaces find surface. And if basically we should zero that. Okay, we zero this basically if it's not our window or surface or whatever stuff is out of sync. Then what was the syntax of this? I didn't use maps in some years. Where would that be? IT in IT second callback getter. Oh man, is it long that I use? Yeah, I'm not doing daily C++ anymore. So if that's not surfaces end, then we found it. I guess the syntax was iterator second, as this is a hash table map thing. And if we didn't find it, we better set it to null to and okay, if we leave, we leave. And here we should now have our bloody window. All we wanted. Okay, and what do we need next? Okay, next we need a bloody, because we don't get for button presses we don't get X and Y because it would be too fancy. The Wayland developers couldn't afford this. Let's have one global event here. Not global. Let's have a class event somewhere. Event EV. It's our own event handler thing, and you probably want to see that there, right? So that would be active renderer. Ah, wait, this is only if we have a bloody active renderer, because like if we don't have an active renderer, then return like YOLO. Life is hard, you all. And then otherwise AR event pointer X equals that probably will also, here was some missing white space. So what I noticed that earlier already, didn't forget about this. So this will this warn? It probably will warn of loss of, unless we currently don't build with, because it's floating point too. But we don't have floating point precision in our pointer, I believe, at least. And maybe we have, I don't know. Okay, save the shit because that expensive. Then don't have that either. Logging white space here likewise. Then enjoy your content. Have you heard people like something? What? Jonathan? To obstruct anything, absolutely everything that you take on matters. I've heard people like Jonathan. I'm not sure precisely. What is the X11? That's my old X11 code. That I wrote 15 years ago. Not sure what you mean with obstruction everything, but this Wayland stuff here is way too. Which part of the world are you even in? I mean, what part of obstruction? I mean, do you know that? All right, motion. By the way, what was even my event structure here? I don't remember. Press event type. did I do here? Motion is pointer event type. Okay. DPI later. AR event type. Event pointer move. And then if AR, what even was it? If AR handle later, this needs to go into the class. I just don't want to mess with it before I go home. Okay, we can also actually don't need this AR handler. This is also slightly better in Objective-C. If you send a message on Objective-C that's null, simply nothing happens. It's actually quite convenient, and you don't need to manually null pointer check all over the place. Handler event AR. Yes, I could save that, but yeah, EV. Right, why is this X button? EV X button? This is X button event, of course. Okay, so event type pointer XY. No, event XY. Actually, I wonder if that works already. Has this a chance to work, or how much stuff will blow up? Erase candidate things, not happy. AR wasn't declared. Shit, where does that stuff start already? And that's also, that's probably the warning that the C people of that's too much warning. Too safe, too much checking, don't like. No matching function, map for find surfaces, find surface. Renderer, there is active renderer. Wayland doesn't name. It's my AR. Renderer Wayland, why does it not render? No function 2 surface things find surface. Why would that be? Static standard map WL. This needs a pointer type. That is why. No matching. Did I not save this enough? Because I didn't. Here too. For stupid reasons. It should have been so much better in C already for ages, but isn't C++. Conversion from arbitrary what is it? Non-scholar type requested in function things. Surfaces. IT surfaces find surface. Surface WL. One more. Maybe I pressed it wrong. Did I not? Types, difficult, active surface, active surface, yes. So exit, that is AR equals 0, of course. And are we nearly there? Candidate type map things of event handler event. Pointer move is not okay. I somehow pointer. I probably pressed his wrong key or whatnot. Was it not spelled like this? I think I pressed the wrong Emacs key. No matching function to call event handler event. We have here a second. Does it need? Does that need? What is it? This this needs this comma event. That explains. This needs active renderer for some reason. My own API also not a warning unused. Renderer are okay. But what else does it? Where is error? No matching function to call map erase. Point to. Actually, we have. Oh, that's just not. Erase. What's going on here with? Oh, that's surface. Okay, it's not this, it's surface. Let's hope it stays like, let's hope if when we resize this undefined reference to surfaces. Undefined reference to render Wayland surfaces. I thought I had that here. Standard map. Wait, I think I did this. Did I? I did that wrong. But actually, I had this as a. We can't. Maybe that's better. Later we need this in the class here. For now, not this, because we still have freestanding C functions. So first we need the shit to work, then we can. Okay, now it builds. So now the only problem is. Okay, maybe we should check if let's only output this now. I can't be sure, but we need. So the only test. So okay, I mean, yeah, we made progress. 5 hours for basic Wayland support and not even mouse and keyboard. It's ridiculous. Let's only log this if we have a renderer, then we better see if we matched it. So if not an active renderer, print nothing. And here too. Basically we could wire that up here. So that is why I saved this last pointer value here with this member event. Because then we need to recycle the last used. I mean, what a garbage API. You need to keep your own last pointer touch thing. It's like, this is hilarious, you all. But it can't change it now. So pointer press. Wait, do we have press and release? No, we need, okay. Basically, so if state, also button. So we have let me just shit. So we probably need to translate. The button is 272. Can't make this shit up. Are you freaking kidding me? I think that's what they said. I don't quite. Why is this 272? Like, is this seriously? This is ridiculous. Okay, for our microkernel, we can officially not use Wayland. That is just too stinking of an API. I mean, button we need to basically case in. This is, what was it? State was 0 or 1? Maybe they have enums for that. Button is annoying. Where do they have button things? I think I figured that out another. Ah, here they have button released. Where's the bloody button? Oops. Yeah, it's hilarious. Okay, let's assign this button for now. This is another day. Pointer is not a member. What did I mess up here? Event key. Oh wait, this is. Where's my button type? Button press. Button press and I need modifiers now. Ah shit, more complexity. We need to. Okay, we had to do this. Yeah, okay, we need modifier shift. Okay, more things. Oh, so button. My old X11 code. I think it's not read. I mean, obviously this events here of. Oh, wait a second. We don't. I think we don't even map a surface. We don't have output anymore. This doesn't do anything yet. Oh, not clear. Did nobody notice that? Taking step back. It doesn't really matter. This but will counteract X-ray to get anything done. Yeah, totally agree that also there. Yeah, that's. I only ever. I don't waste. At least I don't waste time with distro hopping. But yeah, direct Vulkan is also But I mean, I understand you want full function programmable compute cores, and then you get Vulkan. And but yeah, that's also why. Sure, I understand we need this complexity for amazingly looking AAA games with the most particle effects and ray tracing and motion blur and stuff. Yeah, but I mean, sure, that's why they are game engine things. But yeah, I just wished APIs were a little bit more reasonable. Let's see if that fixes. Oh, look up. Oh, look at that. Now that works. So the problem is now we have multiple things. We can't be sure. I mean, first of all, my button's off. Probably, okay, I should on the lure side log that we. I mean, first of all, this is summer off, but that is, I will do this later as like this is 0 here, and Hyperland renders the surface somehow centered. Later, this shouldn't happen like this when we also wire up all the configure and frame events, because obviously you need apparently some thousands lines of code to make some most minimal Wayland thing. Next, we should copy and paste the keyboard things here together. Next is keyboard. And I suspect we currently don't need, we currently don't render the frame. Do we have here like damage? Actually, damage is, wait, why do we? I mean, maybe it would work if we could click our thing there. I mean, maybe next I should wire up the timers, and I would, what I should do before, like basically keyboard XKB, the font is comic code. That is Emacs for change, right? I use here everything, otherwise I also use here VI and stuff. Oh, yeah. Otherwise, VI is our friend too. For 5 years, I wrote most things in VI, and now I shock people of using Emacs. Maybe at that rate, we will soon switch to NeoVim. Otherwise, seen from viral videos of, if you're new to our channel, otherwise we're also big on YouTube with, where did I even, where's my kernel? Ah, here. From otherwise known from viral videos, like writing USB drivers. Like basically, I wrote a USB driver from scratch in get that. I wrote a USB driver live here on Twitch last year in 3 hours, of which was 1 hour talking and stuff. So basically in 2 hours, and in 5 hours, I can't wire everything up for a minimal Wayland client thing, which is probably tells you all about API complexity. Speaking of which, do we have the latest NeoVim version 0.11? Things of apparently awesome things 0.11 March things apparently good. Next, I should wire up the timer. If the timer would be working, this should move. The clock should move by itself, obviously, or not by itself. The clock should. Actually, it has actually quite nice animation, and it's of course nicely done because our looper. So this is how that should look like, and it's like so. This is my 15-year-old X11 code with the X11 backend of like obviously text selection, and look at that beauty. Except somehow, okay, somehow the object is probably longer than the text. That's probably, maybe I should actually, it's a bloody demo, right? So yeah, did I mention we have a whole bloody UI step reminds? Okay, why is this? Maybe this shouldn't, or maybe this is just the demo logging this. Yeah, so there's quite some stuff going on. And it should be mostly, this is also just a test, right? Like this is my 15-year-old test of like, let's make an UI because GTK and again, we are using this in commercial projects, right? And otherwise it's amazing. Just like people increasingly, why is it still not Wayland native? Yes, I hear you. We do it live on Twitch. Just like probably to finish it another weekend. Yeah, I stuck it just some, this is just for Unicode testing. If you're wondering, like obviously I was a professional tester at uni. I mean, we're not doing emojis because we don't do color glyphs, but otherwise we do fancy glyphs, except color. I think when I did this emojis, anyway, we're not a priority. Yes, I hear you. Eventually we will do color emoji rendering if any customer ever needs it. Yeah, I use also this thing. So this is an object like this. This is just drag and drop testing. If you're wondering what else this is basically testing all the shit in amazing Lua code. So this is all done by our Lua version, which I recently uncursed, like recently made our Lua fork even greater. So that's basically amazing. There's also like, do you see this nicely animated? If that ain't amazing, that is also like this is written in nice Lua code of like some animation property. I can actually probably show you that. As one last thing before we go to bed. That is in application canvas test thing, and somewhere here should be the clock view, and that should be a relatively set time things of analog clockwork swing of s equals math cosinus things of dampening things. If that ain't color amazing, then we also have other which one was it set? This probably this normally should have in yeah, there should be. Anyway, these are different animation properties. It's linear and whatnot. It's just like generic properties, but anyway. Yeah, not like other. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, maybe I commit this of not accidentally losing this stuff here, and also, or is it? Start. Start to wire up Wayland pointer seed and pointer can't make this. Obviously subject to refactoring and cleaning. First I want this shit to work. Currently doesn't yet. We are close. Plus details, clipboard, copy and paste, and window frame sizing and stuff. I think the most important is like timer to see the stuff better, make the splitting actually fully work, then keyboard, and then frame resizing and stuff and so on. But now it is late. We spent way too long for these basic things. I expected, I knew it, I didn't expect much, but as usual, I wasn't disappointed. That's it for today. I hope you enjoyed, learned something. See you next time for all the good stuff. Let's see who we can find to rate you to.
Now, I guess I had another day.